members of the staff and community who have gathered here tonight. At our last meeting, I extended to the vice chair the privilege of presiding at this meeting. This action is not to be misinterpreted, but I think it is critically important that the vice chair be ready to step in at any time, because I may be on a trip in Europe or something, and she needs to have that experience. So she will preside tonight, and if there's any objections to that, I'll entertain them before we open the meeting. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. Let's have a meditative thought first, and then we'll do our pledge. The meditative thought, please. Thank you. And may we now do the Pledge of Allegiance. Our flag is behind here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm going to reverse this just a little bit. I'm going to ask that each board member, each superintendent, and chair introduce yourself and what you do if you're on a committee. So, shall we start over here?
Madam Chairwoman, that sounds a little different in this
Just as long as
setting,
you
but
don't
I
say
appreciate it, absolutely. My name is Jeff Zell. I represent Area 8, and I am the chairman of the Ad Hoc Committee on Transportation. I am a member of the Finance Committee, as well as the Master Plan Committee and the combined CIA and Fine Arts Committee. So, yes, sir.
Madam Vice Chair, Tara Johnson, Area 4. I am on the CIA Curriculum Committee, the Finance Committee, as well as the Transportation Committee. I co-chair the Curriculum Committee representing the Fine Arts Division. Thank you.
I'm Ralph Canty, and I represent Area 3. I serve as chairman, and really I'm ex-official member of all of the committees, but to eliminate a crisis with the legal department, I normally do not make meetings to ensure that we do not have a quorum at the meeting.
My name is Bonnie Disney. I am the vice chair of our board and the chair of the Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Committee. Why don't you just do it since we can't work without you?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. William Wright, I have the pleasure of serving as the superintendent of this amazing school district, the Sumter School District, that serves just shy of 15,000 students and 2,000 employees.
Good evening. I am Sean Reagan, and I represent Area 5, and I serve on the Policy Committee and chair the Facilities Committee. Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much. My name is Sherry White. I represent Area 7. I serve as parliamentarian for the board, chair of the Policy Committee. I'm a member of the Transportation Ad Hoc Committee as well as the Fine Arts Committee, therefore the combined CIA Committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brittany English. I'm Area 2. I'm on the Policy Committee.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Palumbo. I represent Area 1. I'm the chair of the Finance Committee, also along with Dr. Reagan, co-chair of the Master Plan Committee, and the liaison for the County Council.
All right, we have two members who are not present. I believe Mac McLeod should be here, is my understanding. If he's not, he is Area 6. And we also have a Shaw representative, and that is Kirsten Wildman, and she's not here at the moment. Now that you know who we are, I'm going to call this meeting to order. There are some things I do need to read before we proceed. This meeting is held in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act. The news media has been notified, and a copy of the agenda has been made available to the public. This meeting is open to the public, and the public is welcome to attend in person. All persons wishing to attend the meeting by virtual means may do so via YouTube, Sumter School District Board Meetings, and Sumter School District's Facebook page. Our vision: Sumter School District is committed to educating, empowering, and enriching the lives of all students to reach their full potential. Our mission: Sumter School District is committed to providing a safe, nurturing, and high-quality educational environment that supports diversity and equips students for local and global success. We did not introduce the person who makes all of this happen. Ms. Scott, would you introduce yourself? What a mistake.
My name is Shantae Scott. I'm the Administrative Manager to the Superintendent and the Board of Trustees.
And I will say it again, without her, we would not be here. Forgive me. Oh, my goodness. You should have kicked me under the table. All right, tonight, there were supposed to be some opening remarks. Thank you for being here. My personal opinion, other than the churches in this city, I don't think there's another organization that's more important than the education of our youth, even if they're 18 or 19. So I thank you for being interested. I hope you return. I hope you return. But whether or not you do, we're still going to be here. And we're going to do our very best to provide the kind of education that our students deserve. Having said that, we are now going to be approving the agenda. All of you on the board, have you looked at the agenda? And are there is there anybody who would like to approve it? If you do.
Stands approved.
And so it now stands approved. Thank you, Chair. Let us now look at item number 3, board communications. Now, I don't know exactly how much I can say, but am I allowed to say a few things as a chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to. He's going to kick me in a minute. I would like to say that I had an extraordinary experience at Alice Drive Elementary. I was invited to attend the STEM and STEAM night. And I really wanted to just stay home and cook my dinner. But I said, nope, let me go. And I was overwhelmed with what I saw. And I wanted to just adopt some children and take them over there to see what was available. And I know Mr. Palumbo went, but our district certainly has some outstanding STEM, STEAM schools. And I'm very appreciative of that. And also our curriculum instruction assessment meeting will be February the 7th at 9 a.m. I'm done.
Madam Chair, I want to say a special thank you to Principal Curry and the administrative staff, as well as the student body and faculty at Furman Middle School. Of course, we know that this month is Board Member Appreciation Month, and so they took the time, I believe on last Thursday evening, and invited me to one of their afternoon events. And I just want to say publicly how much I appreciate them, and I wanted to thank them for the gifts of appreciation that they shared with me and the recognition. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that.
Madam Vice Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I will, on the 26th of January, have the pleasure of joining Lamar Elementary School staff and students for Board Member Appreciation Month. I am looking forward to it and am excited about the opportunity. That is one of the schools that I hadn't visited yet.
Thank you. Any more announcements?
Yes, I would like to take opportunity to thank Dr. Leach at Crestwood High School. Outstanding, outstanding. The students there prepared a nice nice breakfast for me. The students was outstanding. Dr. Leach was outstanding. Nice gifts. Appreciate those gifts, sir. I didn't take a look at them until I got home, but I greatly appreciate those gifts. Also, quick announcements that I would like to address. Received a letter early on this week. The letter was from. Let me be clear. The letter was from NAACP towards the board. I just want to just let you guys know how far your letter got with me. I think I sneezed and I use it as tissue. Thank you.
All right, let's move along to 3.2.
Madam Chairwoman,
Sure,
if I may.
I'm sorry, yes,
If
of
I
course
may.
you may.
Thank you very much. For School Board Recognition Month, I was pleased to be invited to two of our local schools. I went to Croswell Drive Elementary, where Dr. Haggerty and his staff made me feel so very welcome. The children are bright, they're attentive, they're happy, they're loving. I had the privilege of reading to Miss Bateman's K-5 class, and it was just a pure joy to be in that school. I encourage you, if you're able, to look into what the great things they're doing there. I also, on the same day, went to Chestnut Oaks, where Miss Edwards and her staff made me feel very welcome. I took a tour of the school. They have a lot of exciting things going on that I look forward to participating in a couple of them during the coming year. And we need to remember, we do have some good leaders, good teachers, and some really great kids in this district. Thank you so much for being welcoming to me.
Madam Chairwoman, I would like just a moment. I don't know how to follow all that. I just want to say thank you to this board and this executive team for working with us. What I've seen over this last week and month and year has been strong leadership in protecting the integrity of this board. I don't think there's any it's any secret that there are folks on this board that disagree about things. But I will tell you, there is a very strong and permanent respect for one another, and I think that is something that we need to understand and continue, because, and I am very proud to say, and I just want to say thank you for your leadership on this at every level, and to each and every one of you board members for allowing me to serve with you. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
got a couple. The first thing is we had the honor, it was Miss Disney, myself, and Mr. Zell for the second year. We actually we honored Dr. Martin Luther King during the walk. It was warmer this year, and we had a wonderful time out there. Secondly, I want to say thank you to Ms. Staggers over at Hillcrest Middle School. They welcomed me with warm arms, and to honor the Golden Apple recipients, which is an outstanding award for students with, of course, their great grades, but also with their character. So really, it was more for them, and I told them that day is, the honor is for you. I was honored to be in their presence. And then lastly, again, this Disney took my thunder, but for the Alice Drive Elementary East team, outstanding job to everyone, all the teachers, the volunteers from the middle school that made sure that that was a successful event. And it's definitely an event that a lot of people should look at to add to, a lot of schools should add to their East Team and Title I events. So great job on Alice Drive Elementary.
Thank you. And I think I forgot one of the most important things, and then we'll move right on. On January the 15th, I was honored to be able to attend the commemoration of Dr. Martin Luther King, and the guest speaker was our own superintendent, Dr. William Wright. And I was honored to sit there as a board member and have our superintendent give the speech for that day. So, thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
And also, he and I both had this conversation about how you make pokers for a fireplace, and I think he was very surprised that I knew exactly what they are, and I had my own blacksmith make mine. So, we shall continue now with committee reports or recommendations, and if there are none, we're going to move on. Are there any committee reports or recommendations?
Madam Chair, I don't really have a report. However, I do want to announce that we will meet February the 7th, which is in about 2 or 3 weeks, on a Wednesday here at the district office at 5:30.
Okay, and you're at 5:30 and I'm at 9 o'clock.
Oh,
My meeting
okay.
is 9 o'clock in the morning
Okay,
for our CIA. You're in the afternoon.
all right,
We can do it.
okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, I would like to just, based on that exchange there, if you don't mind, I think it would probably be a good idea if it's even possible to have committees submit maybe a quarterly schedule so that we're not stepping on each other's toes.
Might be a good
If that is
idea.
all, I mean, I think that might be.
We can work on that.
I mean, obviously, I certainly can't mandate anything, nor would I, but I think it would be good for just sort of continuity and so that folks know what to expect, throughout the month.
I know what mine is. It's always the first Wednesday of the month.
Gotcha.
So
Sure, well, that's great.
we'll work on that.
Absolutely, thank you.
If I need to change, that's not.
As far as I'm concerned, you don't. But we're at 9 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any more recommendations or
Madam
reports?
Chair, I do have a financial committee briefing and some recommendations. We had a finance committee meeting last Wednesday, and a couple of things that we went over. The procurement process update. They're basically going on to a new system. They had some delays, and the company has more questions to build the tree of who it has to go through. And so they're supposed to get back with us at a certain date. They're going to have a meeting soon. So more to come on that. We spoke about R.E. Davis and the line item of the almost $400,000. What we've been told is there been some updates to the facilities, but it's right now pending from our last vote. So the recommendation is going to be to move those funds to the facility committee so they can actually provide a new plan to what they're going to do with the funds. So my recommendation is to send it to Dr. Reagan and with his committee to come up with an actual plan of how much funds are going to go where. And because there may be now additional funds that can go somewhere else in the district. So basically it's going to be up to his committee to come up with a plan and to approach us to the board so we could decide to vote on it.
I heard that, Mr. Palumbo, and I kind of had just a few questions about it, and I guess it's the setting, Madam Chair, that I can ask those particular questions just to seek clarity. You mentioned that the Finance Committee were told that the project continued.
That is correct. The superintendent can probably kind of explain what actually happened.
So the
You're-
funding that was being used as the continuation continued on the Maywood project, that was not the funding that was allocated from the capital projects budget.
Correct. They use their general funds.
Jim,
Yes.
so did we seek clarification in knowing which account that was from the general fund?
Not exactly, Mr. Superintendent, could you maybe alleviate?
I'll
That's a good
I'll be
question
glad
to
to
bring up.
clarify with the facts.
Sir.
So there has been some initial work done at the Maywood Field on behalf of R.A. Davis. That funding, the funding for that came out of not the general fund as we're describing it, but capital outlay for the district. The work that was done there was, in the grand scheme of things, not terribly taxing in terms of the amount. Things like track upgrades, power washing, painting, things of that nature. There has been a assessment and proposal of a field house building that will be built on the property. That has been presented internally. We're waiting for the go-ahead to present that to the board as a whole. And the discussion the other night was that the funding for this project would remain where it is. And then I think the discussion was to kick it back to the facilities committee to review to make sure that it was still accurate. So we're prepared to bring drawings and all of that for the proposed building, which gets us in Title IX compliance. Part of what's happening is what is currently at that facility is not adequate for Title IX. We don't have separate facilities for boys and girls and things of that nature. So that's really the big ticket item, if you will, that's left on the table. That my proposal, my recommendation will be that is brought to the facilities committee if that's the route that we indeed need to go. So we know kind of what we have proposed. We just need to get it in front of
Right.
the board to review and
Right.
approve. But we're not, I did not authorize and won't unless the board requires me to a move of the funding, because that needs to only succeed a decision in terms of what we're going to actually do with the
Right.
funding.
So just for clarification purposes,
Yes,
the
sir.
funding that was used, can you kind of speak on what it was used for and where did it come from exactly and how much?
I can tell you generally what happened. So the track out there, for instance, had about 5 inches of grass, and it was completely covered. So that surface, the grass surface, was removed, and the term is called stripped, and then replaced with clay all the way around that track. A significant amount of painting and upfitting inside and outside of the existing building, painting of goalposts, concession stand, the press box, things of that nature. Just that field had been neglected for years, so that's what I authorized, because that's really no different than any other capital outlay work at any facility. So there's really nothing substantive that's been done. Now, dollar amount, do we have an estimate on that?
I think it was about 30, but when we're talking about that, we're also talking about the signs, I think it was a marquee sign, because there was a capital outlay for signs. And so
Right.
that one was done because of that, and then the small things like the painting and all of that. And that came out of other applicable, approved capital improvement lines.
And so as I said, Dr. Reagan, Mr. Palumbo, and everybody, there's work that happens all the time across school districts because of time that if you have a unencumbered, if you will, capital outlay budget, you may make decisions. So that's what this was. It wasn't wasn't trying to circumvent the system. It was, we got a need out there. It wouldn't be any different than we would do for any other school. So we started that work because we had, when it was brought to me, do we have money in the capital outlay fund to be able to cover it? The answer was yes. And so we proceeded to do that. And again, this is in no way reflective of, for instance, the field house work and whatever else that we need to do at that facility. So just want to be clear about that.
And one more question. The finance committee decided to make a recommendation to this board, which voted 5-4 to stop the work. And that's probably what, 2-3 months ago. So when you all met again, to be clear, you still have not received a.
That's correct. We didn't. Part of that vote was to get an estimate, and we didn't get that estimate.
So that was the whole purpose of stopping
Yeah.
the original. Why would you put the vote on the floor if you still come back to the same situation and you don't have it at this time?
The reason for it is I'm just cleaning up, trying to get this done, and I think because we don't have the because it's kind of in your realm, and we don't want to step into your feet about what facilities if we go to decide a middle school or whatever. I think that's the facilities committee board to come up with that type of plan and to give it to you, because we didn't get the estimate, so we're just cleaning it up and just saying, look, you know what, we're going to make the decision and to get this going, and just to go ahead and to give you the facility committee to start moving the ball and rolling with it. Because as you can tell now, you're looking at $30,000 also with the signs. Is that including the scoreboard?
That
Is there a
the
scoreboard on that?
I think that is the scoreboard.
That's a scoreboard for the marquee. So you're looking at $30,000 or $40,000. That is a long way from $390,000. So there's going to be a lot more money that I believe the facilities committee really needs to sit down and talk about what they're going to do with that rest of that money, and come up with the game plan. with it.
Well, and my last question. So did the the finance committee question the fact that you were waiting on a projection as to the reason why you brought the recommendation to us in the beginning, and it passed so that the work could cease until you can get that information?
That was I thought as a board, we all thought there was nothing's going to get done with it, and so it was a surprise that things were
And just for clarification, we did not use general fund money to do this. Okay.
Correct. So, Madam Vice Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
So, Mr. Reagan, I think I was taken aback just as you were because of that vote that happened some time ago. I was of the impression that those monies that were designated for R.E. Davis were going to be used at the Maywood facility. And that wasn't the case. The finances that they used, I think, because of the cosmetic type of enhancements, ended up coming out of whatever they would have done, those same kinds of upgrades at any other school. Now, as far as, and it's already been mentioned, but I think it's worth mentioning again, as far as the monies being sent back to the Finance Committee to make a decision as to how they are to be spent, we are waiting on a recommendation from the Facilities Committee along with Mr. Myers and his team as to everything that needs to be done out there and the projected costs. And it's at that time that those monies will then be considered for moving over to the budget and reallocated for those expenses.
For clarification, you said you're waiting on Mr. Myers and the facility committee?
I guess there will be
We
some
don't
type
do
of,
that type of
well,
work.
Mr. Myers and his
Okay.
team to come back with the projected costs for those enhancements, whatever they are. But that money will not be moved until that happens.
And I think you're right. But let's not skirt the issue. The issue is a majority of the board asked that the project be halted and that a budget be developed. We are 4 months later and there is no budget. That was a request of the board. Let's not skirt that. That's insubordination on somebody's part.
Madam Vice Chair, I need to speak to
Yes, sir.
I'm speaking.
that. Okay.
Now, when we start talking about requests made by this board to the superintendent or to whomever, no one in administration got the right to ignore the board. I did not vote for that motion that night. I was not among the 5. I make that clear. But a majority of the board voted for that action. And that becomes the voice of the entire board. The voice of the board. So I have a serious problem after this discussion has come up tonight as to why, after 4 months, we don't have a budget for the project, so that we know exactly what needs to take place at R.E. Davis Stadium, so that funds then can be shifted to other projects if need be. But we cannot put the cart before the horse. The horse right now was the request of this board to give us a budget. My other question is, the $30,000 includes sign removal, etc. Does it also include labor? Does that $30,000 include the labor that was involved? Or was that ever calculated? Madam, I've concluded my remarks.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, there's a piece missing in this conversation. About 3 months ago-ish, 2.5, 3 months ago, I don't have it on my calendar, I just looked. There was a meeting in my office that included the Executive Director of Operations, Director of Maintenance, myself, and a member of this board where
Ralph Canty,
you
you invited me to a board to get me
Yep.
to tacitly approve expanding or rebuilding the field house, and I made it clear that I would not approve that without the approval of the board, and that the budget was still the essential item before us. Now, you say whatever you want to.
I'd like to finish. We were instructed at that point to bring it back to the Board of Trustees when we were asked to do so. So we can get it to the Board of Trustees. The work has already been done. We know what we want to ask for. So the direction that I need is it going to the full board or to the facilities committee? It's really that simple.
Madam,
Yes, sir.
I believe with with the finance committee to go ahead and move to the facilities committee, because they're the ones that are going to have to decide on if we do have extra funds to where they can actually place it with operations. So I believe is to go ahead with the recommendation is to move it, make sure that the facility committee comes up with a plan with the estimate of how much it's going to cost, and then to bring it back up to the board when we have everything finalized, and to go ahead and to approve it or disapprove it, whatever shall may happen.
Madam Chair,
Do we need a motion?
no, we can't do a motion at this time. It can be a matter for action after
Okay.
executive session. But Mr. Chairman of the committee,
Yes.
please be advised that I will make a motion to table your recommendation
Okay.
whenever it comes up under the action agenda, because I still insist that the first item is the administration's responsibility to provide this board with a budget. It is not the facilities committee's responsibility to do that.
And I can honor that too, so you may, when we discuss it, you may have me to, yes, I'll even second it.
And Vice Chair, one more time, just to be clear, when we walked away from the Finance Committee meeting, it was that no monies would be moved until we got that information from the not the Facilities Committee, from Mr. Meyer's operations team.
All right, thank you for this conversation.
I'm not done yet.
Okay, let's continue.
We also discussed Title I federal grant and funding to come up with a plan to have some type of oversight. So our recommendation was going to this board is to have quarterly meetings on the Title I. Now, my recommendation, hold on one second. We also, to try to make sure that the educational committee has some type of input, is my suggestion is to have the academic committee bring this up to your guys when you're on your agenda, and to see if they can merge the finance portion that they're going to do quarterly with the academic side. But that's, again, we're not stepping in your shoes. It's something that I suggest to bring up. If you don't want to do it, it's just going to be the finance portion of Title I quarterly to this board to make sure that we have oversight and we can ask questions about Title I.
Madam Chair, just a quick question, just as a clarifying question, Mr. Palumbo, are you stating that you would, for the quarterly meetings, that you would like both the CIA and the Finance Committee to be present? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well,
Like a joint meeting?
when they bring it up quarterly, that's my suggestion to do, but that's on you guys. But at minimum, from the finance committee, like we talked about, is at least the finance portion needs to be brought to this
Understood.
board quarterly.
Understood. I just wanted some clarification.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr.
Well,
Palumbo,
Yes.
do you think it might be a good way to make this happen is to have a special meeting with the curriculum instruction assessment and the finance to make sure we are on the same page?
I mean, it wouldn't hurt. We could definitely do that. I'm just speaking for our committee portion of it, that was the recommendation, is just to bring up at least the quarterly, get briefed on how we're spending our funds and planning on spending our funds to this committee. So if you're looking at inviting us to your committee meeting, or at least one of us from the finance board will definitely sit in on it.
We certainly don't want to make a mistake. And I would be more comfortable, I know, we have two members of the board here who are on our committee. What do you feel? Do you feel like a special called meeting would be helpful?
Matt,
or-
I'm sorry, go ahead. I do believe that's probably the best at this point without, just initially thinking about it. Because it's such a big deal. Title I funding, finance, curriculum, it sort of all feeds into it. And so what I wouldn't want to do is sort of earmark some time just for that. I think that would probably be best, my opinion.
Yeah, because there's some programs that we believe if it kind of intertwines with the finance, if we don't want to be spending money on those type of programs, they should be, deleted from our education. So if you would like for us to sit in or to come together, I don't see an issue with it.
I'd like one more approval. Ms. Johnson?
Yes, to me, it really doesn't matter how it happens, as long as it happens.
Yeah.
I do think that there needs to be involvement. How we decide to move forward with it can be determined.
Then we'll make that happen.
Madam Vice Chair, I just would like to remind us all of the protocol as it relates to quorum when you're dealing with a joint meeting, because then you may have a majority of the board present, and you need to make sure that we go through the process for you to do that. And that's nothing wrong with the meeting. I think it's a great idea, but we do need to honor the protocol.
But
Gotcha.
if we had four,
If we got 4.
If we just have 4, then we're all right. But if we got 5, then you got to follow the
Okay.
protocol. Okay.
okay,
Anything
go ahead.
left with the Title I? Lastly, again, it goes along with procurement. And it sounds like Ms. Spearman is working on it where, especially for law enforcement or security and safety equipment, to actually have before we purchase, have somebody sign up that is an expert. Hopefully, we'll get our security person back. What we told is probably April, he may come back. But is to add that to the procurement in the tree, basically, when they're getting ready to purchase, like our camera systems or a metal detector system, that we get the best product and we have a professional, not just a salesperson to give us some fluff about it. So that's the end of my report.
Thank you for the discussion, too. I think it's been productive. Before I move on, is there are there any more recommendations? If not, is there one?
Ma'am, I just want to say that we did not have a transportation committee this month. I do plan on having one next month. There's a lot of indications showing that the district is taking great measures. I don't want to announce any specific number right now, but we are seeing positive growth in our bus drivers and reducing the vacancies. And I'm really excited to share that information with you all once I get it. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe at this point, we are at item number 4, Superintendent's report.
Madam Chair, members of the Board of Trustees, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Board of Trustees, I want to make sure that I take this opportunity while transitioning to say to each of the members of the Board of Trustees that I wish you a happy Board Appreciation Month. All across the United States, board members are appreciated for the work that they do. And so on behalf of the just about 15,000 students and 2,000 employees, thank you for the work that you do every day. At this time, we're going to move to the Office of Finance. Mrs. Shatika Spearman is going to come forth with her guests. We've got a presentation and a expenditure report that will be followed by Ms. Shelley Galloway, who will guide us through 4.3. And then Dr. Shirley Gamble, our Chief of Schools, will talk to us about 4.4. Dr. John Kumis will guide us through 4.5. So in that order, we'll have them come forth at this time.
See, I need to move so they can see, right?
Well, good afternoon, board members. Our first item of business is we have our guest, not so much of a guest, but John Anderson from Train. He has a special presentation for us.
Board Chair, Board Vice Chair, and all board members, it's always a pleasure being with you, and I hope 2024 started out great for Sumter School District. As I mentioned when I was here about 2 months ago, I was hoping to deliver another check to the school district for the energy project that we have completed for the district, and I'm glad to say it is here. So I've already given Ms. Spearman the check, and it's for tax credits for the energy work. Certain parts of our project were qualified for tax credits, and we were able to get that taken care of, and we've got $90,832 check that we've given to Mrs. Spearman for our energy project. That, along with the Duke rebate check we got, I don't know, a year or so ago, it's almost $285,000 we were able to recover from the work that we've done and give it to the school district. So we appreciate your business and staying with us, and we're here always for you. And just mention to the board members, we'll be at the school board conference in a few weeks, so please stop by and see us if you would. I didn't know if we could get a picture or not.
He wants a picture.
May I have a point of personal privilege?
Yes, sir.
I think it's fitting and proper to acknowledge the fact that this young man who's come to make this gift tonight has come on his birthday.
Yeah.
And as a board, we ought to at least say, happy birthday to him.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Mr. Chair, I think maybe perhaps if you had your picture made with the gentleman in the check,
If you say so, Madam.
along with the superintendent.
Just be the chair and the superintendent. Yeah. And, oh, vice chair. Yeah.
Superintendent?
Big checks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Two cameras. One, two, three.
That's good.
Okay, one more, please. One, two, three.
Oh, appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much.
Get out of here. All right. Okay. Have a good one.
You too.
Yes, I'll take it. Okay.
Now I will come to you with the activity for December 2023. For this month of activity, of course, it was a short month, but we still had the 2 payrolls and the bills to pay. We have rentals so far of $420 for our buildings. We had refund of prior year expenditures of $516. We've had insurance settlements of $7,112. Our miscellaneous local revenue of $60,000 that we've collected so far are for telephone rebates, the virtual check rebates, transcript fees, and record fees. One addition of the activity for December of 2023 was the results of our auction. We received about $39,420 related to our auction proceeds. And so to date, we've collected $53,494,011, which represents a 33.79% collection of our estimated general fund revenue. As it relates to our expenditures, we have our expenditures are pretty much at 50% of the year gone. We're at 46% for our administrative salaries, 39% for our regular salaries, and a lot of times that is applicable due to how we pay our staff. And so we're right where we need to be with that. Our terminal leave payout, again, we don't know what we'll have with that, but we're at about a 10% expend on that. Another line item is our improvements other than buildings. That was asphalt patchwork that we had. For our variance for number 4 is a $100 settlement for our workman's comp settlement that we had. And then payments to other school districts that may serve our students and that we owe by proviso. We're at a $24,197 amount for that. So to date, we've expended total expenditures as of December 2023, $64,013,000, which represents a 40% spend. Again, it will take a couple of more months before our revenue collection percentage exceeds our expenditure spend percentage. Any questions?
Yes.
Sorry. Madam Chair, if I may. Ms. Spearman, just out of curiosity, because I don't see a line item that jumps at me, the approximately $39,000 from the auction and the wonderful $90,000 that we have received, where does that money go? How is it allocated?
It goes back into the general fund to really support our maintenance, but we have a account number where it just goes into like a miscellaneous, but that money is earmarked to continue to support our maintenance.
Madam Vice Chair. Ms. Spearman, she mentioned the $39,000, which is from the auction. The auction was held when? When was that held?
November?
This year.
Yeah, it was like
Well,
a
last
couple
year.
months ago.
And I'm only raising the question because I remember raising another question concerning technology. And if we have that number back already, I know that may be two different companies, but have you heard anything about the information when we asked about how much this district will receive off of the technology pieces that we're recycling? We have not heard anything from that since we asked months ago. So do you
I have not heard of
no
an update.
figure or anything at this time?
I have not heard of an update, but within the last 2 months or so, I haven't requested another update, so I can definitely seek to get that.
Certainly. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just have one question, and this is just even to educate myself. The 24,000 proviso for other students, because I know a lot of times we approved sending students, allow them to go to different zones, and part of that letter, we're not paying for them. How are we paying $24,000 for students? But majority of that, can you tell me about how we got to that?
Well, by proviso, a school district can send us an invoice to say that they are serving a student that is originally from our area, and we pay that. But it's also coming in also when we serve other students. So it's kind of a one-for-one kind of process. But school districts create invoices, and we have to pay for any of our children that they serve.
And I'm just trying to because we approve, this board is approving, every single one I think we approve for them to go out to different counties. They says we're not financially responsible.
Well, I'll have to look at what, those that you have voted, because I'm not privy to that information, but those that you voted that we don't have any financial requirement, I'll have to compare those to the ones that we paid for.
Yeah, because I'm kind of to the board, am I correct?
No, I think we've always known that when that invoice comes in, we send those funds to those schools and vice versa, as Ms. Spearman has
Okay,
mentioned.
because I just remember seeing letters that we're not financial, if they move out of the county, we're not financially responsible for them.
Yeah, the money that comes, I guess, from wherever it comes from, the state or wherever
Yes,
it
part
comes
of the
from.
general
If we're
allocation.
not serving those students, the monies or finances will follow the student.
That's right.
Okay.
And in return, same thing, when we have children coming from other districts, it comes to us.
Yeah, we have an invoice we create.
As long as we're
Right.
sending those invoices.
We are.
I was just trying, I was curious.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any more questions? If not, shall we proceed to 4.2? All right, 4.3.
Okay, good evening. Shall I say acting chairwoman, Ms. Disney, acting vice chairman Canty, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Wright. Thank you for the opportunity to present an overview of communications, which includes how we market Sumter School District to current and prospective families. Okay, our brand is more than a logo or our colors. It is the feeling invoked when people hear our name. As we continue to cultivate our brand, it's important or imperative that we build trust, transparency, and also relationships. While it is important to make the positive so loud that the negative becomes almost impossible to hear, perceptions do matter, and first impressions can shape opinions. We are all brand ambassadors for Sumter School District, and that includes our board, our administrative offices, and our schools. The narrative that we create, the image that we project, and the stories that we tell about Sumter School District contribute to our success. Our brand is focused on 5 key pillars as outlined by stakeholder feedback from our strategic planning process. They are college and career readiness, high-performing workforce, safe and supportive schools, strong stakeholder partnerships, effective and efficient operations. And our slogan, APPEAL, which stands for Advancing Potential and Pursuing Excellence for All Learners, reflects Sumter School District's overarching goal of fostering growth, unlocking potential, and striving for excellence in education for every student. Through marketing, we are able to highlight our successes, tell our stories, and show the world what is special about our schools, our students, and our staff. We all play a role in that effort, and this message is conveyed to our administrators at our summer leadership training. We focus on the elements of this slide as we help our schools be able to tell their stories as well. Okay, Sumter School District utilizes social media as one means to tell our story to our families, our employees, and the community at large. We have a very strong social media presence. This school year alone, based on Facebook metrics, our Facebook posts have reached 286,764 users. 187,878 users have visited our page, and we have 995 new followers, bringing our total to 20,223 Facebook followers. We also have over 1,900 followers on X, which is the new Twitter, 3,379 followers on Instagram, and 667 followers on YouTube. And the school district and all of our schools really make an effort to highlight student achievement, employee recognition, community engagement, parental involvement, and classroom innovation, which ties back to our 5 pillars. Cultivating strong and positive relationships with the media is another way that we share our story. We are fortunate to receive very generous coverage from our friends at the Sumter Item. Every year, the Sumter Welcome Guide is published annually thanks to the Item and community partners. That's at no charge to the district. I do have extra copies in case y'all haven't seen any of those. The guides are distributed to every student, the Chamber of Commerce, and to the military. And the Welcome Guide is also available on our website. We also work very closely with Bruce Mills for print stories, for feature stories. Sumter Today is the online video that is on their website, and we share out as well. The Grind features our students who are athletes. Next Generation features students for academics and also extracurricular. And then what they refer to as wild art. The Item also takes some of our pictures from our Facebook page and will incorporate throughout the Item as well. We also have a strong relationship with community broadcasters. Every Tuesday, I do a weekly segment on Z95.5 at 7:30 a.m. They also sponsor our Education Appreciation Night for us, which many of you had the opportunity to attend in the fall. And they also publicize our PSAs. And then we also work closely with the television media as well for feature stories. Just a few stats. Since July of this year, Sumter School District has been featured in the news 115 times. News coverage has resulted in 68 positive news stories from the Item, WLTX, and WIS. In addition, 14 stories were board meeting announcements, 26 were follow-ups to our board meetings, and 6 stories were related to incidents. This total does not even include all of the athletic coverage that we receive and photos that are taken from our Facebook page and featured in the Item. We also tell our story through a spring billboard campaign, and this is done thanks to funds that the HR department secures through CERA. We've been able to highlight our Teach Sumter campaign, new student enrollment, student and staff recognition, and innovative programs. The billboard campaign that you see right here was done a few years ago. We actually had 10 static billboards throughout our community, which focused on these areas. And now we utilize digital billboards, and so we were able to update it in a Twitter format, and it updates immediately, and we can update that as often as we like throughout the week. We also tell our story through community outreach and through our Partners in Education initiative. We are very fortunate to have such strong support from our community. And through our military partners, our businesses and industries, our law enforcement, our faith-based community, civic organizations, they all are very supportive and active in our schools. We currently have 93 reported community partners. We also recognize that improving our perception with the military is a top priority, and I am pleased to announce that this year we embarked on a partnership with U.S. Arson, an adopt-a-school partnership, where a different unit adopted each one of our schools. So going into the school year, we had all but one adopted, and then our most recent update, due to turnover within U.S. Arson, we're looking for 3 more. We also met with representatives from Shaw Air Force Base and to see if they wanted to get in on this initiative as well. And so hopefully that'll start soon, but they are definitely interested. And as you can see too, we are all of our schools are involved extremely within the community with these community outreach initiatives. And this is just a glimpse into how active we are and how much we give back to our community through service projects and outreach. Okay, pre-kindergarten and kindergarten registration will take place in late February. We get this information out through our website, the media, social media, billboards, flyers at schools, and then also Cheryl Creel will get the information out to flyers at daycares and offices throughout our community. We also tell our stories through our school profiles, and these include a brief summary of instructional programs, outstanding programs and features, recent awards and honors, extracurricular activities, school incentives, parent and teacher opportunities, community involvement, and a faculty profile. And so The information has been updated with a majority of the profiles based on the information that I received from our principals, and an upcoming initiative or project is to update the actual layout and design of the profiles for the future. And these school profiles are posted on the homepage of our website. We also share our story through special events, and I'm responsible for coordinating our Back to School rally, Teacher of the Year process and banquet, the Celebration of Excellence, our retirement ceremony, and I work closely with our school administrators for graduation. I do want to commend our Board of Trustees for being so visible at these events and also school events throughout the year. Your involvement in our schools really shows that you care and that you're putting children first. And I also share our story too by serving as the liaison for our Partners in Education program, which I talked about earlier, the Chamber Education Committee with the Golden Apple Awards, Sumter Education Foundation, our Teacher Forum, Teacher Advisory Council, walks throughout the community, the United Way, Garrett for Learning, Community Contest, our School Improvement Councils, and also I serve on school district committees. Okay, Final Sight is the way that is our mass notification system. It was previously known as Blackboard, and the types of messaging that we're able to send out to our stakeholders via telephone, which is a robocall, email, and this is contingent upon the emails that we have available in PowerSchool, a text message. So we also have the capability to send out a newsletter through SMORE. And I also encourage everyone to download our app. It is free, and not only can you receive updates from the school district, you can also subscribe to receive from individual schools. It is imperative that we are transparent when it comes to emergency communication, and a lot of work goes into deciding if we are going to close or delay schools. A lot more than anybody would ever realize. And so we work in conjunction with emergency management and law enforcement to assess inclement weather. And once the superintendent makes that decision, Ms. Scott sends a text to the board or an email, and Dr. Gamble will notify the principals. From there, I will send an email to all users, send a message through our mobile app, a robocall to our families and staff, post that information on our website, on social media, also notify the print and television media and radio, and post on the State Department of Education's website. In the event of crisis communication or an incident that has occurred at a school where we have to notify families, I will draft a message for our principals. Once approved, Ms. Scott will send that message to the board. The principal from there sends the message to the families, and then I will respond to any media questions. Upcoming projects. We have been working very diligently on the Sumter School District marketing video. Hopefully that'll be available soon, but we are trying to perfect that. Dr. Wright has been instrumental with that video as well. And also thanks to Dr. Wright's leadership, we are going to launch a new website platform. We know that when families are looking, or stakeholders are looking to obtain more information about Sumter School District, one of the first places they go is to our website. And we need one that's more engaging, more interactive. We're very excited about that. So we are in the process of gathering information for a request for proposals, and then we will hopefully have that launched. I'm going to pass over bus driver recruitment. I'll get to that in a second. Also, the brainchild of Dr. Wright, he wanted us to focus on our wonderful, successful students that we have that graduate from our schools, and so in the future we're going to start doing some alumni spotlights. I'd also like to do a year in review, which is similar to an annual report that was done years ago. And also, I got to give kudos to Mr. Curry at Furman. He did a 90-day review, which looked absolutely phenomenal. So it'll be a similar format. And as mentioned before, we plan to redesign the school profiles with updated content. The bus driver campaign, recruitment campaign, this was truly a team effort with the committee, also Dr. Wright, Mr. Myers, and Mr. Jones. I'm not sure if that's able to play, but that is a teaser to our upcoming recruitment campaign, which will launch this week. But we are extremely excited about that. And I mean, bus drivers make the first impression for our children, first person they see and the last person they see in the day. And so we're really excited about the progress with that. Is it able to show? If not, tune into our social media pages and website. I think she might get it. And again, this is just a teaser. We have a flyer that features the 16 reasons why you would want to become a school bus driver in Sumter School District. 16 individual videos that we'll play one a day, and because our goal is to recruit 16 drivers, and also a video that highlights the overall arching reason of why we want you to join our team. Ooh, don't need to play that again. Okay, so while we do have our challenges, Sumter School District is on a path to success, and we will continue to work toward developing a premier school system that our students, our parents, our employees, and our community so richly deserve. I must commend our team of professionals at all levels for working so diligently to truly put students first. Together, let's make the positive so loud that the negative becomes almost impossible to hear. Do y'all have any questions?
Madam Chairwoman, I just want to make I was fortunate enough to get a little bit more of a teaser than this board with the bus driver recruitment videos and campaign, and I just want to say how excited I am with this. I think this is a legacy issue for us. We've come a very long way in a very short time with efforts from bus drivers to directors to the executive staff and this board. I am extremely excited, and I'm really excited to see the full plan play out. So thank you for that very much.
You're welcome.
Madam Vice Chair, I would like to first of all commend for what has already been done and for what is coming. I do have a question. First of all, secondly, I love the quote, because I think that it is so very true that we need to make the positive so loud that the negative becomes almost impossible to hear. My question is, are we looking at any type of push platform? It seems like what we have now is all pulling, so someone has to physically go to Facebook, any social media site, X, Instagram, whatever the case may be, or go to our website. They're going there. Can we create something, or are we looking at creating something where it simply goes to an email or a text message to a parent where they click into a link and they can see all those wonderful things that we're doing?
So we can actually do that through our mobile app. There are several places that they can go to our app and click on directly to social media, directly to our website. We could also send it out directly. I will say with our emails, we have very limited emails through PowerSchool, so that would be a good initiative to increase the amount of parent emails that we have. That way we can get the information to them. It's not that that's not utilized, it is, as one platform, but one way to push it directly is through the mobile app.
Yeah.
But that's an excellent
Yeah,
observation.
I would definitely like to see that, because we need to meet people where they are. Not everyone is reading a newspaper. Not everyone is going to a social media site to be able to access those things.
Right.
And not everyone has our app downloaded. But if you are a parent, I would specifically say a parent or a guardian in this district, if they could receive something on their phone or in their email box for those that we do have, and maybe there is an initiative that we can push to get the email addresses, even though they change all the time, or a telephone number to be able to send a text message, I think that that would be helpful. I know it would be convenient.
Thank you for that suggestion. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, please.
I have some questions. This is right in my wheelhouse. I love it because in marketing. So, great job. We're making some strides. Also, you have this personality, great personality, and this kind of my first question is. So we also are competing against some of the districts out there. Have we looked at, because I know we can't use TikTok because we can't use TikTok, but we can use Reel. Facebook on Reel is basically the same version. Have we looked at having an influencer to put our information out there on reel, to where you can actually broadcast what things you like. You go to all the events and stuff like that. That's why you probably be a great person. You just have that personality. Is to be out there and be in front and to try to market what the school district is doing. Have we thought about that, or using some type of influencing person?
I have not, but that is an excellent suggestion.
Okay.
So,
And it's kind of going into, but it merges in with the recruiting portion of it too. Facebook. I know Dr. Wright and I had a discussion. Now Darlington's in our area right now, in trying to recruit our teachers, because I'm getting it on Facebook. So my suggestion is, are we looking at putting those Facebook posts out there and actually paying and keying in, because I know how to do all this stuff, is to key in to get those teachers in the specific areas out there, especially if you're also looking for the northeast in Ohio.
I don't want to steal Dr. Kumis's thunder, but
Okay.
we have done that as well. We have contracted before with WLTX to do a recruitment video for staff, and they're able to target certain age groups, demographics, locations, and so that is something that we have.
Okay, we are, because especially with the videos that you're about to put, and that's exactly what needs it, because we all know actually is you'll get more selections from people if it's videos than you're just having just an advertising on there. So
Yes and no.
yeah, I'm in marketing, so that's the big thing is videos. It attracts a lot of people. The other thing is though I'm glad I hear about the websites. I'm seeing a lot, schools are not keeping their stuff update. What is your solution to make sure that stuff, because that goes along with our branding that you're talking about.
Right.
So if you're not updating the brand and keeping the parents informed, how are we going to fix that if we have a brand new school website and nobody's updating it? How are we fixing that problem?
That's something that I need to address more aggressively.
Okay.
Yes.
Because that's a huge thing, because I look at all websites, school districts all over the place, and some of them are immediately gets right onto their website.
I understand.
So a lot of these parents are looking at that, and especially if they want to decide to bring their kids to our schools, they like to see how the communication is going to be between the school and the parents.
Yes, I
So.
understand.
Ms. Johnson brought up this, and I know exactly what she's talking about, is I would love to see, because Florence does it, a district roundup push newsletter type thing that actually goes out to everybody, the parents, to show, it's branding, is communication, making sure that our parents know that we're here for them and for their students. So if there's something that we can push out email-wise to everybody, that would be a great thing. And it looks great. Florence does. They do a great job. I know you could do it too, but to push that out there for a weekly newsletter to say, this is what's going on in the district.
That is an excellent suggestion, and they do a great job with that. I actually did a newsletter for probably 18, 19 years. We had a consultant who was here with Sumter School District and actually said, stop. With all the other communication channels that we have, that was kind of a thing of the past. It's something I'll definitely consider. I'm not opposed to not doing it, but I did stop doing it probably a few years ago.
I think like if it's interactive somehow, I think where the parent is like, I want to know this information.
Absolutely.
If it's just dull information, there.
It would never be dull, no. Come on now.
For the Z95.5 segment, I think it would be a great idea if we would get an invitation to go there. I think all of us would probably go there and sit in on with Derek out there. I'll be volunteering. So if you like us to sit in, and by all means, I'll just throw that out there. If you may want to think about it, I'm sure some people on this.
That would have to be the wishes of the board. So, yes.
Are you using like Blip for your electronic advertising on the billboards? Is that what you're doing? Is that the program?
We were with Adams Outdoor Advertising. It
Okay.
is straight through, basically, it's through Twitter or X. We update it through there. We put a picture on there, then the message, and it updates immediately.
You may want to help you out. Look at Blip.
Blip.
It's an advertising program that actually can give you better rates, especially if you're looking at putting electronic billboards in Ohio, New York, and all that. You can do it all on your own. You don't have to talk to somebody, and you can actually do it.
Well, that'll be in conjunction with HR because I'm kind of piggybacking on their money.
Gotcha.
My budget is very, very small. The majority of my budget, actually, I would say 90% goes toward graduation ads to highlight, to feature our students at the end of the year. And so where I can partner with other folks within our department, it truly is a team effort. And so.
So to extend out your money, you may want to look at Blip. That could be an idea for you. Great job on the better communication on the robocalls and the app. I love the app. I watch every single school. I watch every single little bit they put out. More and more schools. Some schools can do better, but they're doing a lot better on that. Just hopefully with the transportation portion of it, if they get to the point where they know a bus is broken down, they can actually. Some schools do it better than others. I'd like to be streamlined that everybody can do. And that should be it. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Are there any more, any more questions?
Madam
Yes, sir.
Chair, thank you so much for the presentation.
You're welcome.
This has been very, very enlightening. As our specialist, as our professional, what do you think we can do more in terms of cultivating a more intimate relationship with the military community? It just seems like there is a gap there, you know.
There is.
And while it's clear we're doing some things, are you thinking about what else we can do to bridge that chasm, if there is a chasm,
There is.
so that the military community begin to think positively about this district? I mean, it's growing.
Yes.
The base is growing, but we are not seeing the residual growth in the district because of their growth.
I completely agree. That's actually a component of my portion of the strategic plan. My pillar is stakeholder partnerships. We met earlier in the year to discuss that because perception is everything. And so one key initiative, again, with the Partners in Education initiative, oftentimes when when the military comes to Sumter, they're only interested in specific schools. We want them to be exposed to all of our schools. And so that's why we wanted them to partner with each unit so they can go back and tell other folks about how awesome every single one of our schools are, our students and our staff and our programs. I'm very excited that Shaw Air Force Base will jump on that opportunity as well. They've said that they can't do the comprehensive Adopt a School initiative like US Arson has, but they are willing to partner. Also with that marketing video, like with the Weasel Welcome, we would like to play that for them. It gives a complete and total dynamic overview of who Sumter School District is. Another suggestion was to, what we haven't done yet, is to do like a meeting, a town hall, shall I say, with the military folks and with our leadership board. Would like to participate in that as well, to just be able to answer questions one-on-one, to have that two-way communication. You can get information one way, but oftentimes every time, when you hear it two-way directly, it means so much more when we can really sell our story face-to-face. And so that's another outlet that we have as well. And so are we always looking for ways to improve our reputation with the military? By all means. We do have a wonderful relationship with them in our schools. They're very actively involved, and we have so many volunteers. It's just a matter of getting them into our schools just to see how truly dynamic we are. And so, yes, sir, that is at the forefront.
Great. This this is not from the marketing or communications perspective, and maybe it might be, but you know, it keeps crossing my mind, Shelley, with two major bases within 30 miles of us. Why don't we have some special program in aviation or aeronautics?
We do at Sumter Career and Technology
You
Center.
know, just to think about, that would bring in the pilots, et cetera, from Shaw to mentor students and even instruct classes. And you know, that, I know that's not PR, but if we're going to connect with that community, then we've got to broaden our concept of how to relate to them.
We have that program at Sumter Career and Technology Center is aeronautic engineering.
Yeah.
And so maybe we need to get the word about that a little bit more. But yes, we do. And we have partnerships with the military at Sumter Career and Technology Center as well.
Right, okay.
But excellent point.
Madam Vice Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I would piggyback on that. I don't know if all schools are doing it, but I know if they're not bringing some of these personnel in, they are taking the students to them. I do know of a couple of schools where they are on a almost consistent basis taking students over to the McIntyre, I think it is, and they're having these hands-on experiences.
Yes.
And things like that just reeks of Title I when we think of awesome ways of using Title I funding.
Also through our career student leadership forums with the Chamber of Commerce, like I said, we have an excellent partnership with them. The military has been actively involved with that as well. I'm not sure with the tours if they're still doing that, but at one point they took a group on base to actually see all the different careers, because there's so much more than just being a pilot. It's every single facet, really. It's their own community. And so the more that we can expose our students to these experiences, we're all about that. And our team in instruction works very hard on doing that.
Madam Chairwoman, I
Yes,
would like to just make a couple comments. First, I wanted to say, from my perspective and looking at the social media accounts of each, you know, I follow just about every school in the district. There's no lack of effort to show the Shaw and the military community that this district cares. I mean, it's on display consistently. And so I want to commend you for that. One of the questions, one of the statements you made that spurred this question was, you mentioned budget. That's something that this board could assist you with, obviously with communications with the superintendent. If I would like to, you know, obviously we can't just talk about the good and avoid the bad, and I don't believe that we're doing that, right? But, you know, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. But, you know, I think, I agree with you. I think we need to have a very strong marketing advertising campaign that's based in truth and forward thinking. With that said, is your budget sufficient? And this isn't to sidestep superintendent. I just want to make sure I know I'm putting you on the spot, but is there more funding that we could earmark that would help you in this endeavor? And I know the answer is yes, but how?
I'm going to say yes and no. We work as a team, and I am very aware of the budgetary needs from our other departments as well. Could we all use more money? Yes, but do we try to maximize that dollar as best as we can? Yes. That's why I partner with HR when we're doing our billboard and the video campaigns as well. We were able to put out several videos this past year that, you know, as you're focusing on hiring new teachers, you're also cultivating those relationships too, and that setting the tone of our teachers care. And so that helps attract new families too. And so we're able to put that out. We just have to be creative with how we spend our money. Could I always use more? Yes. Could we all use more? But I'm also very aware of the budgetary needs of our other departments too.
Well, just to follow up on that, I would love to further this conversation at another point, at another venue, to figure out if that is enough, and if that's something that we can sort of move dollars to. I think that, I'm not speaking for the board, I'm speaking for myself, but I think we have to fund these efforts. And if they're not funded, they don't happen. Not in a manner of which we need. So I'm very interested in having that conversation with you.
Madam Vice Chair, I do have one more
Yes,
question,
please.
if you don't mind. Are you a team of one?
Yes.
Okay.
I supervise two others, because I am a communications team of one. But it takes a team effort. when it comes to.
I get that, but
marketing
at the end of the day, there
Yes.
is accountability at your level. So
Yes.
if you're a team of one, I don't know what the two that you supervise do. You know, Mrs. L asked the question about monies to do other things. That may be something to consider. I don't know. I know we're asking a lot, and if we're asking a lot, we can't put too much on your plate and expect you to put it out to us. So.
You know, I try to be Wonder Woman and do it all. Come on.
And you keep doing it, keep doing it. But if it will help you be more efficient, help our district be more efficient, help us get more information out there to make certain that the community is aware and involved, it might be something to consider.
Thank you for that.
Madam Chair, I
Yes,
want to piggyback a little bit on that and just to have the conversation, because there is outside agencies that can do the marketing portion. So it doesn't have to mean a body. It could be also, because I do it, with my company, I have an outside agency that does all the marketing. So that could be something on the discussion that could be cost benefit to do that than just hire somebody else.
And we have a career center. Do we have students that can
Yes,
be
we do.
involved? That's not a liability to the district or otherwise.
There are ways to get students involved, yes, there are. Absolutely. All right,
Is
thank
anybody else?
you.
I do have one point. I know with Florence, they have a lot of TV ads. When they were recruiting for teachers, as I was watching that, I was watching, it was during the day, there they are talking about their need for teachers and making it look like Florence is the best place on earth to teach.
And not taking Dr.
But-
Cumis's
but-
thunder at all, but
but
they've also utilized that too.
I kept saying to myself, we might need to use TV as another way.
We have, and I don't want to steal Dr. Cumis's thunder.
Okay,
I'm sure he'll
all
talk
right.
about that.
Yep.
Okay, thank y'all so much for the suggestions. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to 4.4, Code of Conduct, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Code of Conduct, update. And I believe they have a PowerPoint.
Good evening. This evening, Dr. Gamble, Mr. Williams, and I will share with you updates about our code of conduct. Knowing that the code of conduct is a continuous improvement, we first of all want to thank the board for your support and your approval of the code of conduct. It shows that you are in line with the things that we're attempting to do and the support that we have. I must say that we rolled the code of conduct out when we did that with our principals during a retreat in June. It was June 6th and June 7th of 2023. That in itself was a very valuable point in time where the principals were engaged and asked their questions, and they really went through and tried to better understand it, and they did. Our principals and our assistant principals were a part of the process. This being a continuous process for improvement, our principals received their training, and then the principals went to their schools and they trained their teachers, and then the teachers were able to train the students. All along, once they had completed that, they had to attest that that training had been conducted, and they did, and it's a part of what they have to do throughout the period of time. Moving forward, as I thanked you before, I thank you again because we were able to roll this out starting the first day of school, which was August 3rd, and it concluded the first semester, which was December 20th. Our overall disciplinary infractions decreased by 28%. We have to note that 6 out of the 25 sites, which were elementary, has shown an increase. Principals and teachers were not as tolerant with the different kinds of things, and they were addressing those kinds of issues because of the code of conduct. They had a very strong guide as the code of conduct shows itself. In addition, fighting infractions decreased by 25%, and we must note that 17 out of the 25 sites, there was a decrease some only having just one infraction, some only having two. So, you know, those changes were there. And I think one of the major pieces was about fighting from the onset prior to the beginning of school, and you can see that that in itself has proven to be better.
Well, as far as the social years are concerned, of course, we had a 4% decrease, and if you look at the numbers, you're talking about first semester. 2022-23 school year, 301 evidentiary hearings, and for the 23-24 school years, only 180. And that was a great improvement from the previous school year.
Pardon me, did you say 108 or 180?
180, 180.
Thank you.
And for us collaborate with our stakeholders, something that you may not have on your previous PowerPoint presentation, but we did have one of the collaborations this year that was fairly new was our parent school disciplinary meeting that was held on November the 9th, where we had the opportunity to speak with the parents about what is the code of conduct, what are your rights in that process, when you have an issue with the situation, who can you reach out to from the, all the way from the school level up to the district level.
Good evening. As district leaders are continuing to evaluate our code of conduct and to refine it, we have already begun the process in our Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle. On January 11th, there was a meeting held with our Teacher Advisory Council, and they provided positive feedback regarding the overall code of conduct. But however, they also expressed some concerns about the interpretation and consistency of implementation at some schools. So that's an area that we know we'll need to work on and try to refine for next school year. We also have some other collaborative meetings that we're planning. We will reconvene the Code of Conduct Committee, and this year we will add parents and students to be a part of that committee, because we did not use them last year. And we plan to have that meeting in February. We just have not confirmed the date, but it will be in February. Also, we will then move to our principals and other leaders, and we'll have discussions and recommendations with them regarding the code of conduct, and as well as get their feedback as well. And we're also using our P&O as well to gather information. And that meeting will occur March of 2024. And after that meeting, then we plan to come back to the board to provide the updates that we are receiving from our stakeholders.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, just a quick clarification, what's a P&O?
Principal Networking Organization.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
As we continue with, as a part of our continuous improvement, we ask that all of our schools make sure that they go through a second round of training with the code of conduct. They were completing that process by January 19th. They started that as they returned to the second semester, which was January 8th. And their attestation documents would be submitted to me by the 24th of this month. And it just assures that the training has been done and we're moving in the right direction.
Continue to improve our processes. Presently, all principals are in the midst of their mid-year evaluations, and a part of that conversation, along with whatever their goals are, discipline is a part of that conversation as it relates to the code of conduct. And during that conversation, there are some principals, some schools that may need more conversation about the data, but we're definitely sharing some best practices, such as making sure that they are communicating clear expectations with their students, establishing positive relationships, providing positive reinforcement, evaluating the classroom management within their building, ensuring that we have counseling services available for our students, and just making sure that our daily supervision is what it needs to be within the building. And those conversations are going quite well. All of our principals are certainly seem to have bought into our new code of conduct, and they're making all efforts to try to improve the discipline within their buildings.
I see at the hearing table. If not, they're constantly calling in as it relates to interpreting the code of conduct and what they can do to meet the needs of the students. And it is an ongoing process. Mr. Myers spoke about having them do that second round of training with the students about the discipline code, and constantly letting the parents know, which is one of the big pieces, when they have those concerns, how they can get their issues resolved. And of course, we try to always resolve them at the lowest level, so we can keep it in the building, talk with them about keeping it in the building, and also Mr. Myers, Dr. Gamble, and myself serve as those folks that they can reach out to at the district level for that consultation when they find themselves in a disciplinary situation, as well as referring to parents.
Okay, I think that really concludes our brief overview of where we are with our data. Certainly, we recognize there's still work to be done, but certainly seems to be progress in the area of discipline because it is definitely decreasing. And we will continue to work, as Mr. Williams and Mr. Myers have said, we will be very diligent about ensuring that we produce a product that our students and our community leaders and everyone will be proud of. So, thank you. Any questions?
Questions?
Madam Vice Chair,
Yes,
I do
please.
have a question. On slide number 3, where you have the quick data overview, I apologize if I missed this, but this is compared to what time period?
Last school year and this school year.
Okay, so it's compared to August 22 to December 22, comparing that to August 23, December 23?
Almost, but we started school earlier, if you remember. So those dates are not the same, but we just pulled the same 90 days. We can go into the Power School and ask it to give us the data for 90 days of school, and it will get it to us. But those dates are...
For the prior year?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Same time period?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam
Yes, please.
Vice Chair, Chair.
Yeah.
My question is, you referred to implementation and consistency going forward. And I have concerns about consistency across the board, and we know that there are some schools that are better at that consistency than others. I've had several conversations that I guess concern me is the best word to use. And I think here is where we need to make sure that the principals are all implementing and they're consistent in the application, okay? I have had some conversations where it looks like, sounds to me like there are occasions, let's just put it that way, where they have developed a workaround, where they're dealing with the parents, which is a good first step, okay? You always need to talk to the parents if you have a problem with the child. I am not discounting that at all. The parents have to be involved. However, I believe that that may be being utilized in lieu of strict adherence to the code. Do you understand what I'm saying? I think that's being used a lot with the same children. Told to me directly by somebody who's doing it, okay? That's not hearsay, that's somebody who's told me. Didn't use the term workaround, but they're dealing with the parents a lot. So I don't know how much is actually making the statistics or whatever within the system, okay? I don't know the answer to that question. So I would really love to see the emphasis on adherence and consistency across the board. Because, I mean, these principals know the children that need more attention than others. Most of them have been there a while. They know their students. And they know which parents are more involved and which are less involved. I understand this. But we have to be consistent with the application for it to be effective. And while this is wonderful, these numbers are great, I like the fact that we have less hearings. I want to make sure we have them for the right reasons, that the conduct is better. Okay?
Madam Chair,
Thank you.
just clarification. Are you meaning like, are they skipping steps that we had? Is that what you're saying, Ms. White?
It's my understanding the steps weren't being,
Okay, so they're not doing the
they're,
steps.
they're only getting to the steps after
3 or
4 or
4
5
chances
attempts
that we
with the
tried to-
parents.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
that
my
we tried to eliminate. That's what our job is. to
Yes,
eliminate.
so they don't hit that next step.
Thank you for the clarification.
So,
But thank you for the information. I certainly do appreciate it. Presently, I'm sure, I don't know where to begin on that because we're all having the same conversation that we need to make sure that we're consistent with the code of conduct. I think we just need a little more information.
Yep.
So we would know where to go and to whom to speak
I agree.
regarding the failure to implement the code.
It is not my intention
Right, I understand.
to put anybody in the frying pan,
Right, I
so to
understand that.
speak. However, and this is not just one place, it's different schools. But yes, I realize you need more information, and we can have that discussion. Again, not trying to throw anybody in the frying pan, but we do need consistency.
Right.
Because if one school has, so much better numbers, let's make sure that it's because the conduct is improving. Thank you.
Miss English?
I want to piggyback off of what Ms. Sherry just shared, and I want to add to it. I agree with you 100%. I also want to take the time out to thank all the teachers in Sumter School District because I have been having some of the same conversations. I'm not, I can, I tell everybody on the board I'm not afraid to stand alone. I voted against the code of conduct, and the reason why I voted against the code of conduct is because it's for referrals and out. So we put our teachers more weight on them at this point because they're trying to save these kids. And I, too, want to save all the children in Sumter School District. And how do I look at the code of conduct? 4 strikes, you're out. I send them to Brewington. They don't make it in Brewington, we send them home. Once they get home, they may don't have the internet or the capability to be able to do their work online. Then they begin making petty crimes. And after they begin to make those petty crimes, then they enter the criminal justice system. So I feel that we, at this point with this code of conduct, I feel like it can be some adjustments, and this is just the first year that we passed this. It can be some adjustments in this code of conduct, but I just wanted to take time out and applaud all the teachers in Sumter School District for putting up the fight this so far. These numbers are down. I'm not going to sit here and tell the public that this is accurate because I'm not 100% sure that this is accurate. But I do know that we have teachers in this district are fighting for these children to stay in these schools. Also, I want to take the time out and to address about, is there any code of conduct when it comes down to leadership in this district, far as principals, assistant principals? Is there anything put in place for them?
There are policies that pertain to the adults that go through HR.
And being that you're the chief of schools, you hold those individuals, or I know personally you can't do it every day, you can't be to every school, but you're holding them accountable for those policies. Under those policies, are you holding them accountable?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
If I'm aware of the situation, yes.
Okay. And far as our teachers, we said, I think Mr. Reagan said prior to a meeting that we needed to do something for our teachers to show them that we appreciate them. Has anything was put in place for that? And that's been about some last year, I'll say, but has anything been put in place for that?
We have teacher recognition types of ceremonies. I'm not really sure when you're pertaining to something put in place for all teachers.
When I say that, just appreciation, letting them know that we appreciate what they're doing, not just one particular teacher, but we need to touch every teacher through this school district because you have some teachers doing 2 and 3 jobs and only getting paid for one. Also, with Mr. Myers, I didn't mean to get off topic, but have you received the last permit for the Crestwood High School football field? Absolutely. And I'm going to go ahead and, put it out there that between now and the last board meeting in February, I would like you to meet with the principal at Crestwood as well as the athletic director, head football coach, and superintendent to come up with a plan. And hopefully, by the end of the February last board meeting, you'll have something to bring to us about it. All right. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Each week, I send out a weekly update to all school principals, and in that weekly update as well, that's where recognitions are given as well to our teachers. And actually, I solicit that information from the principals. I ask them, please send me something that I can tout about your school and your teachers, and so they're doing a really good job with that as well. So we are recognizing them.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Chairman, just real quick, it's more of a statement. I just have a very quick question. First, I appreciate this presentation. I do believe that we are making progress. I do get, there's a lot of folks that talk to me way outside of regular channels. It is what it is, and they validate oftentimes that the code of conduct, and believe me, they'll tell me the truth, at least as far as they see it, and they're telling me that they are seeing and feeling sort of the climate change for the better, and that, that this code of conduct is helping. And that's not, and I'm hearing it from parents as well. And so, one, I commend you for bringing parents, students into this. Of course, they have a voice too, and they should. My question, that's my statement. My question has nothing to do with that. This is more of a technical question. As far as like when you break down the school year, when do you all see, and I guess this is probably more a question for you, sir, when do you all see more disciplinary infractions? Is it consistent throughout the year, or is it one particular time? Is it right after school starts? I mean, I was recently made aware that middle school is the ones that kind of, where most of the infractions, I didn't know this, right? And so that was very enlightening. But if there's a time of year, I guess that could be heavier emphasis, I think this board would be very excited to hear sort of how the breakout is. And so if you can talk to that, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I could say for the expulsion hearings, the month of November is typically a heavy month. And then around the March and April timeframe are the heavy months for the expulsion hearings. But of course, we had an earlier school year this school year, so it's kind of apples and oranges now.
Is there any particular reason for that, from your opinion? Was it long breaks in between, kind of getting back in the swing of things, or what do you see, if you don't mind me asking, as far as like what's the catalyst to that?
If I had to hypothesize, it would be the fact that at the beginning of the school year, tolerance levels, they're trying to get the kids acclimated with the school year. When you hit that November month, now you're talking about, I guess, your accumulation of offenses type deals. The kids are out of their honeymoon period, forced behaviors are concerned. And then that kind of repeats itself again after the Christmas break, will be my guess.
Sure. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, yes.
Couple things. One, thank you for briefing us today. My suggestion, if you can actually, the actual numbers, I think there used to be a spreadsheet. I think the spreadsheet, I would love to see that, or even have a copy for us to have a copy of it. The one thing I want to, it's basically the elephant in the room. Just recently, there was a Fox article on cell phones. North Carolina, just right up the road, schools are reportedly decided to remove bathroom mirrors, noting an uptick in students missing valuable class. You probably know where I'm going with this. To record TikTok videos in lavatories. Students were going to the bathroom long periods of times. I can attest to this because my daughter is in there and sees this all the time, making TikTok. But that's the funny portion of it. There's really more I want to get to. Is what are we doing? Because in this situation, the school went ahead and eliminated the mirrors. That's not the problem. So the problem is the cell phones. Now I do know nationally it's starting to take over, it's starting to grip that those phones are gone, and more school districts are going to it. So I know the superintendent brought this up before. we probably want to get a handle of it, because I guarantee you probably can knock off another 20% off of the percentage, just because of fighting, because everybody, with the fighting and social media. What is the future, and what are we going to do? Because that is a big portion of this that we need to attack with cell phones.
That will be something we will need to address, and as you said earlier, the superintendent is reviewing our policy now as it relates to cell phones, and we'll certainly follow his leadership as he directs us to move forward with that.
Because I do know even the states is looking at gone, and they're tossing the word around. They will be permanently gone from the classroom. So I'm just saying we need to get ahead of the game and start doing it now and figuring out what we need to fix before it comes down.
May I suggest that our state superintendent of education, Ms. Weaver, is looking into that, and our legislature may be trying to decide exactly how to handle that. And the question is, if they make a ruling on it, would that help us? If you think so, you might want to talk to your legislative delegation. That's my advice.
Madam Chair, and
Yes.
the policy committee is following that.
Good.
And, of course, Dr. Wright, is an integral part of that, but we're watching because that's on our radar to see how we need to adjust policy to fit any legislation that comes out.
Absolutely.
Madam Vice Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I like the fact of seeing where we go with this at the state level. We don't have enough policemen to police that at this
But
time.
let me share with you what was shared with me. It's not official. They may also come out and allow these little bags to be given to every child. They put it on the back of their seat, zip it up, and that may help.
Wherever it goes at the state level, I think is what we
That's-
need to
That's what I'm
consider.
saying. I have one more question, if I can back up to the discipline. The joy of this job is we get all kinds of phone calls. And so I was asked, let's say Johnny has reached the limit of whatever it is, fighting or whatever. And so the next step is to just let him stay out of school for a while. And is it ever happening that a school, instead of letting the student drop out, all of a sudden they move that child to another school and start all over in our district? Well, I'm just saying, if that is happening, I'm not sure if that's what the code of conduct intended. In other words, do you get a fresh start by all of a sudden being sent to another school?
No, you don't get a fresh start. One of the mandates from this board was that the policy be followed as written. And of course, there's consequences in that policy as well as interventions that are required to take place. So just making sure, we're making sure that when they move from one building to the next, the proof of that intervention follows them. Because one of the things that was to come to my table, I'm to examine whether the policy is followed. So if the policy says this kid should receive a intervention agreement plan, then I have to make sure that takes place per the request of the board, that the policy is followed. So that could also answer some of those discrepancies that you say you may be seeing, because there are expectations of things that need to happen, both interventions as well, both the positive and negative consequences for the said behavior that the kids may display in our buildings.
So that could mean that the child goes from XYZ school to L school. No, well, that's,
It's in Power School.
I'm just telling you, when I get these calls, I'm just asking if that's what's happening.
Madam,
Yes, sir.
question about the relationship to your task the infraction on the one hand and rehabilitation on the other hand. Can you speak to us a bit about what happens once infraction occurs and the child is sent, in this particular case, to the alternative school, SASA? What is happening there that impacts what the code of conduct is? Is something happening in rehabilitation that that brings that child back to the classroom afresh, rehabilitated? And if that's not happening, then I know this is beyond what you all are, but how do we get to that next step? How do we get to that next step after identifying the infraction and coming up with a consequence? And I suspect my question is, what about the results of the consequence? What happens? Is this child positively impacted by what has taken place?
As Mr. Williams stated earlier, with all infractions, there are consequences and there are interventions. So I heard saying about the parents are involved. Well, that's a good thing because I think we have parents involved at every level now based on our code of conduct. And as the student progresses, and if that student does go before the hearing officer and assigned to SASE, there are some interventions that they have as well. We have mental health counselors there to go as well. They have a regular school counselor, and we have interventionists at the school as well. And Mr. Myers and I met with the leadership at SASE a couple months ago, and we're looking at refining some things that have taken place there. We think that we could probably improve the interventions so that our students are, as you said, rehabilitated, so when they return to their home school, that they will have a higher success rate of remaining at their home school when they return.
And I think at the end of the day, that's really what we want. That's what we want to achieve. But if it's not happening, then we need to be looking at how we can make it happen. That's yeah. Sam, I know the enormous amount of time you've put in to working with at-risk kids, so I know where your heart is on this issue. And it has to go beyond punishment. It has to, something else has got to happen. And I'd just like to see us discuss that more in the future as well.
Any questions?
And I just want to verify, you said after they leave our training school, they're being counseled by mental health and counseling before returning to their schools?
We have those services in place. Unfortunately, like
is it being utilized?
Sometimes the professional is not there. They may be out for illness, so that, of course, the student is missing those services. So I met with Ms. Davis as well, and we had a conversation just recently about social worker at SASE and trying to ensure that we do have the services available for those students on a regular basis.
Okay, but as of today, it's not officially being utilized. As of today,
No, it's being utilized.
it's being utilized as of today.
Yes.
So any kid that have left SASE between now and today, they have been mental health counseling, anything they needed, they have been doing, and it's documented.
Now, when you say mental health,
Those who need it.
right, our school social worker do as much as he can on his level to address those issues. But when it gets to the point when you start talking about the mental health, now we're talking about our community partnership.
Yeah,
And that's based on availability, because some of our community partners would elect to be in the office to service because they're shorthand. So when we start talking about the areas of growth, that's one of our areas. How do we kind of fill those gaps when our community partners aren't available to engage some of the more serious issues that our kids may display?
So as of right now, we're not guaranteed that all kids are receiving this. That's what we're saying, right? Because you're saying that, but being that the lack of help right now, all kids are not getting this, correct?
Kids that have identified in the hearing process that are needing those type services, I make that one of their requirements, that they at least be assessed by a community provider prior to returning to their home school. That's about the extent that I can go on that level of services without over obligating the school for a service. Just make it a requirement. So, and we do have those community partnerships. We have the applications with mental health and the Alcohol and Drug Commission for the parents to fill out to receive those services.
And all this is being documented, correct, from each one of these kids, so.
It'll be in in my result letter that I send to the home school, the alternative school, and that parent and that child.
Gotcha. And is there any system that we have where we can actually monitor these kids as they return to see where they're staying at? Once they return to school, is there anything put in place, or is there?
Also, in my result letters, I require that that child and that parent, of course, the alternative school have a transition meeting with the home school prior to the children returning. So the alternative school will meet with the parent and the home, or the administrator in the home school, and sometime the parents when they're available, and then the home school is aware by the letter that they also receive that before they re-enroll that child, they sit down and have a meeting with that parent and that student to follow up on those things.
Okay, thank you.
To transition the student back to school, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
And if there are no more questions, we want to thank you. And it's very informative, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we will move to recruitment and retention.
Madam Vice Chairman, may I go ahead and start?
Please, absolutely.
Okay, just making sure. First of all, good evening, Madam Vice Chairman, Chairman Canty, distinguished members of the board, and our Superintendent, Dr. Wright. Thank you for allowing us to come in and share some information with you in reference to HR. We're going to be sharing some recruitment initiatives that we're doing, and we're going to talk about retention tonight, which is now, honestly, is the new recruitment. We need to start focusing on our retention and keeping our staff, because as you know and you've heard, the several folks have said, the pipeline is dry. It is definitely dry. The colleges are not graduating the students like they used to, so we've got to focus on the folks we have now and keeping them on board. At this time, I'm going to introduce my staff to you so that you know who they are. I've got to my right here Ms. Tiffany Walters. Tiffany is our recruiter for our district. Behind me is Mr. Rodney Evans. Mr. Evans is new to our department this year. He is our coordinator for our certified staff. And then Ms. Tanya Addison, who could not be here tonight, is our director of teacher quality. She had a illness and was not able to attend tonight. But I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Walters. She's got a PowerPoint that she's going to present to you, and then afterwards we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Dr. Canty, Chair of this illustrious board, our Madam Vice Chair, Mrs. Disney, and to our Superintendent, Dr. Wright, I would like to say good evening and thank you for this opportunity to present to you and share a few things from the Department of Human Resources about recruitment and retention. I am so grateful for this evening's opportunity. So as Ms. Shantae Scott has so eloquently placed on the screen, we have our mission statement. The mission of the HR department is to ensure that all learning environments are fully staffed with highly qualified individuals to ensure students achieve optimum success. To achieve our mission, we have centralized our improvement efforts on 3 areas of focus. If you will, share in those focuses with me. They are retention, recruitment, training, and support. Again, they are retention, recruitment, training, and support. Within the HR department, our motto is retention is the new recruitment. And so we are going to ask that you say it with us. Retention is the new recruitment. We do believe that retaining our staff helps to ensure the fidelity of our programs and initiatives in order to increase student achievement and foster employee retention. As you travel with me to slide 5, employee retention. This is an excerpt from the South Carolina SARA Annual Supply and Demand Report for 23-24 school year. According to this report, there were over 1,600 teacher vacancies statewide. And this is an increase as compared to more than 1,400 vacancies last year. This increase is, and I want you to stay with me, this increase is due to several factors. On average, more than 7,000 public school educators departed this profession for various reasons, to include, but not limited to, retirement, transfer to another South Carolina public school district, and involuntary dismissals. More than 30% of educators had 5 or fewer years of experience before moving or leaving their district. Additionally, the 23-24 school year, less than 18% of new hires were recent graduates of a teacher education program within South Carolina. This last bullet spoke volumes to the HR department. Within the HR department, which is our motto for this year, retention is the new recruitment. According to the same SARA Supply and Demand Report, some of our top reasons that educators did not return to the teaching position within the same district include internal reasons such as school climate, administration, non-instructional duties, and salaries. It also includes retirement or external reasons such as personal health, family issues, spouse relocation, commuting time, and much more of those individuals who desire to have a complete career change. Moving on to slide 7, it shows that teacher turnover rate for Sumter School District as well as our neighboring districts. Viewing the numbers here from 2018 up until last school year, you can see that there is a slight increase in the teacher turnover rate for Sumter School District. However, our turnover rate within Sumter School District is significantly less than the neighboring districts, which include Clarendon, Lee, Richland 1, and Richland 2 school districts. This turnover rate trend motivated us to craft our motto and our mission within the HR department, which happens to be centered around retention is our new recruitment. This next slide contains a quote from the SARA Supply and Demand Report, and it states that with so few of our state colleges students entering the pipeline, there is no way to maximize or maintain the teaching force without enhanced retention efforts. It is simply not possible to recruit ourselves out of the teacher shortage. Efforts to retain the current teaching force are warranted, and that includes ensuring the teachers have improved satisfaction with their jobs and a sustained desire to stay within the classrooms. Therefore, we are indeed grateful to you, this Sumter School District Board of Trustees, for your approved efforts to retain our current staff. We say thank you. During the 22-23 school year, we were able to retain 82.6% of our staff. However, our goal is to increase the efforts to obtain a retention rate of 90% of our staff. Slide 10 reflects, to accomplish this goal, we have implemented several initiatives this year, one being our new Employee Perks program. With this program, we have partnered with Working Advantage to offer discounts and savings to all of our employees as it relates to hotels, rental cars, cruises, vacations, and much, much more. We also offer retention stipends within the last 3 years, and the salary study was conducted in hopes of implementing increasing salaries that will help promote retention for our staff. We also partnered with Sarah to use their exit survey. This exit survey will begin this academic school year and will contain exit information for all teachers exiting our district. The Sarah form of exiting will then compile the information from our teacher survey and provide possible considerations and recommendations to address areas of concern. We also offer training and support because we don't want any teacher to leave our school district because they feel as though they don't have the tools necessary to complete their job effectively. Therefore, we offer an induction and mentoring program for our new teachers. We have a new and lead assistant principal institute. And the focus of this institute is to equip our assistant principals with the tools necessary to assist their principals in creating a culture of learning and foster student achievement and teacher retention. Also, as a part of our growth and our Grow Your Own, we offer practice support to all of our pre-certified teachers. These are individuals working in our classrooms while obtaining their certification at the same time. Those are all of our retention efforts, and as we've mentioned before, retention is our focus because we do believe that retention is the new recruitment. Slide 10 shows, however, we do have a variety of recruitment methods as well. And so qualified candidates are recruited using a variety of methods to include, but not limited to, these recruitment fairs. You have been provided with a copy of our Recruitment at a Glass flyer in front of you, which includes all of our upcoming recruitment dates, where we will be conducting our college tours, as well as attending recruitment events in the state as well as out of state to obtain qualified individuals. We also have established a partnership with the local colleges and universities to obtain student teachers, as well as interns and nurses, school counselors, librarians, and psychologists. We have also partnered with alternative certification programs such as Teachers for Tomorrow, PACE, Carolina CAP, and more. The value in this partnership is that those entities do provide us with a list of qualified candidates that we can then interview in place within our school. We also have a partnership with staffing agencies to obtain international teachers as well as special education teachers and other certified positions. Now, we also communicate our recruitment events using a variety of media platforms to include Alpha Media, Adams Marketing, iHeartRadio, community broadcasters, and the Sumter Item. All of these provide digital solutions to include social media. We also have recruitment videos and flyers that are broadcasted via social media. As mentioned, we do have our Grow Your Own initiative. This is in response to the decreased number of teacher education candidates coming through an approved teacher education program. With our alternative Lunch and Learn, we have gone out into the schools to meet with the professionals, with our partners of Grand Canyon University, as well as American College of Education, in order to provide our paraprofessionals and others with a bachelor's degree option at a discounted rate for those seeking to do so. We have also partnered with Voorhees University to offer a master's degree program for pre-certified teachers who desire to become certified through the Master's Degree of Teaching and Learning program. We also offer a pre-certified teacher institute. As mentioned before, we have 81 individuals within our pre-certified teacher institute, and the focus of this institute is to provide practice support for all of our pre-certified teachers. The number one barrier for teacher certification is the praxis. And so we have committed to providing the praxis support through study.com and our partnership with Learning Liaison in order to help our permanent substitutes pass the praxis, as we are currently exploring the option of creating your own Sumter School District alternative pathway. The benefit to creating your own will allow us the ability to customize our pathway to fit the needs of our district. Moving forward to slide 13, this slide shows our historical new hire trends. You can see the increase in the number of certified candidates that we have been able to obtain over the last 3 years. For our induction teachers who are new in the profession, you can see that this year we have 81 new teachers as it compares to 55 new teachers 2 years ago. Additionally, the certified new hire data shows an increase as well. This data is listed as of November 1st to capture all of our new hires, to include individuals hired in August, September, and October. For this academic school year, we have 180 certified new hires as compared to 63. Slide 14. Once the hiring process is underway, a candidate is interviewed by the hiring principal and/or supervisor. A recommendation is then made to the HR department of Sumter School District, after which our HR department conducts a background, SLED, and reference checks. If it is a certified position, we also check for certification. It all comes back to providing information via our schools, and then we ask the candidates to provide the necessary documentation. With our onboarding process, the candidates are able to sign their contracts, verify their benefits, and complete all of their finance forms to become an official employee of the Sumter School District. This process generates within 3 to 5 business days or less. In closing, I would like to thank this board yet again for this opportunity and for the time shared and the support that you have given to our recruitment, the HR department, as we again begin to believe and work and operate in retention is our new recruitment. Thank you.
I have a question, and then I'll open it up. There's one more program that I've always been interested in, and I know some other schools do use this program. I think it's out of Clemson. Call Me Mister. Why are we not using that?
We have talked to different organizations and different schools in reference to their Call Me Misters program, and it is something that we are actually exploring.
Well, how can we move from exploring to getting it?
what we need, I guess, what we need to do is just find out exactly what our portion is in reference to bringing the program on board with us.
Maybe a phone call? I'm telling you, I have talked to schools, and this works. I have a son-in-law who's a superintendent. They use it, and he says, why aren't you using that?
Yes, ma'am. I actually spoke to USC Lancaster, USC Sumter the last time I was there 2 weeks ago. And they also approached about the program.
Well, I'm
So they are
excited.
going to be giving us some information. and
Right,
we're
I'm
gonna
excited
see
to
if we
see
can't
us
move
use
forward
that.
with it. Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else? Questions?
Madam Vice Chair,
Yes,
lady.
please.
I just have a statement and a question. So obviously, we have access to a lot of information. I don't want to divulge any information that shouldn't be in the public appropriately, but can you state that we are at the lowest teacher vacancy in a rolling 2-year period? Because I do believe that's an accurate statement.
We are.
Okay, and can you also validate that we are also at the lowest level of bus driver vacancies in the last at least a year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Questions?
I have one question. Just a quick question, update on the salary study. How's that going?
You'll get some more information tonight in executive session.
Okay.
In reference to it.
All right, thank you.
On teacher recruitment and retention, any questions?
Comment. I just think the whole concept of retention is brilliant. There has to be a greater emphasis on appreciating who you have already, and doing all that you can to retain them. Every staff member we have that contributes to our mission is a critical person in the process. And they should be so regarded, respected, and cherished. So I think this is great. I applaud it. And I applaud your presentation too, as well as I thought it was excellent. The only other question I have, I was so excited to see that we are developing some internal systems to build from within and to enrich. We're delighted to hear that. And I just want to encourage us not to give up on recruiting retirees.
And that's what we want.
We must, that's a resource that's out there, that's virtually untapped. And many of our retirees, many retirees in Sumter are going to other districts and even cross state lines and still working. It just appears to me if we could put more emphasis on, hey, stay at home, help us, because we want to have this superior academic system here in Sumter, and we need you.
Yes, sir.
Could you just consider that? I'm not being critical. I'm really suggesting that ought to be a component we're working on.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Madam Chair, just one question. How are we doing with recruiting are we using Facebook to go out and sponsor advertising in certain different areas? Because we're the third leading state that people leaving the north to come down and move down here. So I love the retention and all that, but we do have another source, I believe it or not. They're moving south. So what are we doing with Facebook or using advertising to go directly and posting that stuff? Because other districts are using it against us.
So that is an awesome question. So we are certainly using our social media outlets. Just at the end of last year, as Shelley mentioned earlier in her presentation, we partnered with Tegna, who happens to run WLTX. But TEGNA is not just in the state of South Carolina. It's branched amongst many of our states, Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia. That media platform has allowed us to tap into other areas. And so we were giving a quarterly impressions. And so we now know, or we knew from that point, where we were hitting targeted areas, who was logging on to our website, who was looking at our Facebook ads, who was looking at our Instagram ads. We were able to tally that, and so from that documentation of data, we then drove in harder on those particular areas. And so as you can see on your handout that's before you, we are going back to the state of Ohio here in March. And so Ohio happened to have been one of our great states or great areas to recruit from years ago, pre-pandemic, and we are definitely getting back into that area. But we work with all states. We work with all colleges and universities. I've traveled to Clemson. I've traveled to Lander. I've traveled out of state to other colleges to foster those relationships. But again, as I said to you in our program of slideshow, it's less than 18% of our teachers from the state that are graduating with a teaching degree. So not to say that our pickings are few, but it drives a little harder to do a little more. I will also add, sometimes these recruitment fairs can be a little bit antiquated when it comes to nothing is out there. So we had to petition ourselves to look upon in different areas, and that's why we are focusing on retention is the new recruitment.
Thank you.
Another
You're
question.
welcome.
What are we doing to get the attention of military dependents who teach? That's where we were for 30 years. Everywhere I went, I was looking for a new teaching job, and I know a lot of the dependents have teaching degrees. What are we actively doing to try to entice military dependents who can teach?
Well, one thing that we have done was we have reached out with our connections at the military base to make sure that they know that we have these positions that are available as well. We do need to step up our efforts, maybe to step out onto the base to see. We used to go out to their career fairs when they had them. They have not. They haven't sent us any information in reference to career fairs that they've held recently. So it is something that we need to, that we could possibly get better at doing.
And I know that they may move in 3 years, but 3 years can be very important,
Yes, ma'am.
particularly if they teach physics, calculus,
Those hard to fill
absolutely,
positions, absolutely.
English.
Right.
Madam Chair, may I ask another question?
Please.
Have we considered any new techniques or procedures or measures to expedite the contract process so that we do not lose candidates while we are still entertaining contracts, and some other district signs them the day they walk in the office and do some of these other particulars in some other manner. I've had so many people say to me, and I'm not talking about now, it's sort of like historics. I'm not, maybe systemic is the word that I want to use. Yeah, I applied, but they took so long to give me an answer until I took a job in Columbia or I took a job in Charleston. There are some folk who really want to work in something, but if there's a delay in the process, then they're anxious for a job.
That's right.
And so they move on to whatever jobs are offered.
Yes, sir. As Ms. Walters expressed a few minutes ago, the most at this point that something may take, depending on whether they have provided all of the information, is 3 days. That is the longest it takes. We have signed folks on site. When we go to recruitment fairs, we take, Ms. Walters takes the access to present contracts right there on the spot, especially if they are certified teachers. Some of the delays come in when they don't have all of their references or something on their application warrants a flag. And then we contact those folks. We even get the principals involved at that point and let them know, okay, we need some help. And they haven't turned in all of their references. It is huge, and it's part of our policy that we have to have those references on file before we hire someone. So the only holdup at this point would be the fact that either all the references haven't been turned in, and normally we say 3, but we'll move on 2. And if we can get a principal to call and get a good reference, we may even move on that 1 reference, and with the assumption that we're going to get them later, and we move to try to get those, after we bring them in. If there's something on their reference at that point that shouldn't be there, then of course we look at what we need to do as far as our policy goes, and whether we keep that person or not. But we have moved quite fast on our hiring. I call, and I even have Ms. Walters calling now at this point, in case I'm busy or I'm tied up, just to make sure that our process has speeded up. We get folks telling us all of the time anymore because it is a teacher's market. You can call me today and I may say, okay, thank you for offering me the position. I have 3 more interviews. Can I let you know tomorrow? Can I let you know next week? It's not like, when we used to call someone, even when I was in the classroom teaching, you get a call on that Friday, absolutely, I want the job. I'm going to take it right now. Well, teachers don't have to do that anymore. So they have their choices. And if they have a particular school or a particular district that they're going after, they'll wait. They'll wait.
Madam Vice Chair.
Yes, please.
Huge kudos to you all. Of everything that we've heard, I know since I've been on the board, this has been the most productive session to let us know what our recruiting techniques really look like and what it is that we're doing. It's letting the public know what it is that we're doing. The public can help us as well. Are we using that I'm blown away by that teacher turnover rate, the fact that we're the lowest in our area, yet these schools are recruiting teachers from us. Are we using that as a recruiting tool? Absolutely. Okay, that's critical. It was also mentioned earlier that we're using the digital billboards. I know I've seen the paper billboards in the past, and not to prolong tonight, but can you let us know where those billboards are placed in a separate session so that we're not, again, prolonging time on that? Ms. Walters, I know that you said that you do recruit in other areas, Ohio. I know we use Techna for that. We're driving and we're going back to Ohio. Mr. Palumbo did mention the Northeast, and I think that you said that you do go to the Northeast. I think that that is a jewel. If we can tap into that Northeast region where the cost of living is so very high, teacher salary, we may be able to get some more of those. So whatever those efforts look like, perhaps looking at even putting those on steroids. The other thing that I would say, thank you for this, recruitment at a glance. It's my understanding, and I only learned this recently, that there are some schools, definitely in the state of South Carolina, it could be nationwide, because of the low number of students going into education, they no longer even offer education degrees. So I don't know if any of those are listed on here, perhaps yes. And I know you said that sometimes we have to be creative, so we may not be recruiting in a teacher, someone who's in that program, but we could still be recruiting individuals interested, and we have the tools in place to help them become certified. So all of those things, I think, are excellent efforts. This is very, very helpful, and again, thank you for this information.
Madam Chair, just one quick thing. First, Ms. Walters, Dr. Kumis, thank you very much for this presentation. It was very informative, very thorough. It gives me a renewed sense of hope and purpose for our district. And to echo what Ms. Johnson said, kudos on the efforts. One thing that you mentioned during the presentation was the perks for all of our employees, and you're partnering, hotels and cruises and all this. And I do remember, and I don't know if they still have it because I haven't gotten new glasses in a little while, but I do know that iMart Express, for instance, offers a discount if you work for the school district. And I can't remember, it seems like it was 10%, 20%, something like that, for your prescription eyeglasses. Is that something that perhaps y'all can be pursuing with our local, because I know a lot of the hotels are, part of a conglomerate, but with our local businesses, are you trying to implement, or get them to partner with us to provide discounts to a school district employee?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. We certainly have partnered with several local businesses. Working Advantage also has come into our local area of Sumter County to partner with some of our businesses as well. We do try to go back and add in our monthly newsletters that goes out to everyone in the district. For example, AT&T, mobile services, home services, they offer a 20% discount to all of Sumter School District employees. That's a partnership there. Susie's Boutique on Boatman Drive, they offer a 10%. We have gotten around in the community to get different advantages for our school staff, faculty and staff, so it is working for our benefit. And as we gain one, we put it out every month in our newsletter. That comes out from Human Resources.
If I could, would just suggest, we have a lot of new tire services coming up.
Absolutely.
That may be, competition, they want to compete with each other anyway. So if one of the benefits that they offer is a discount to a school district employee for, rotation, brakes, tires, oil changes, whatever service, then that may give them the competitive edge over the guy that's literally across the street now. We have so many, but that was just one that came up recently in conversation at home of how many there are. Might be a good incentive for them.
And we have those discussions within the department. So.
Any more questions? Thank you so much. And I believe at this point, we are at 5.1. Would anyone care to make a motion?
Madam Chair Lady, I would love to make a motion to enter an executive session for discussion of individual student matters, transfers in and out of district, the monthly personnel report, appointment, compensation, promotion, demotion, discipline, termination, and/or release of an employee, and review of the superintendent's contract.
Thank you. We need to vote, right? If you would, just raise your hand if you agree. I believe we are 100%. Good. I think there are some snacks.
Oh, boy. Give me, you got that,
Yes. Oh, that thing? I do.
hold on a second.
Do I have to sign out and come back in for the voting to pop up? Because the
Here
motion's on
it
there.
is, here it is.
The motion's on there, so I should be okay, right? Yeah. So when you put the vote up, it's gonna pop. Okay, great.
Actions are required.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make the motion to allow students A and B to attend school out of district for the 23-24 school year.
Mr. Chair, I second that motion.
The motion is supported. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, you may proceed to the vote. The vote is unanimous.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move to approve the monthly personnel report as presented for Monday, January 22nd, 2024, with amendments.
Mr. Chair, I second.
The motion is made and supported. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, you may proceed to the vote.
Unanimous, it passes.
All right. Vote is unanimous. It passes. The consent agenda, item number 8 is, 8.1 is before us. And if there are no objections, it will be, will stand approved. Hearing none, it stands approved. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank our Vice Chair for presiding tonight and each of you for the hard work that you do for the Sumter District. The meeting is now adjourned. Have a good night.